Alright. Oh, wait. Hello, guys. What's up? Let me, actually get us logged in. Yeah, happy Sunday, everybody. And, happy, question mark, daylight savings? I guess. Make sure to fix your clocks, everybody. There's, something very funny about us getting to this point in MSQ on the day we have to set our clocks forward. Haha. If you know, you know. Alright. And we are logging in. There we go. Alright. So, let's head back to where we left off in MSQ. I just logged off in the town because that's easier. But yeah. Oh, right, I don't have flying here just yet. Need to do a little more MSQ for that. There we go. Alright. I don't think I talked to everybody before I finished the stream last time, so... To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We'll have but one attempt, so we had best make it count. Well, we have our plan. Now let's finish this train and blast our way into the dome. Heck yeah. We'll make this plan work. See if we don't. I hope Namika is safe. Yeah, me too. Your plan is set, but Grahatia is not without reservations. Of course, because he's our resident actual voice of reason. Well, I have no objections to the plan itself. I have one concern. How can we be certain Zeralja will not strike Tuliolo in retaliation? I considered the possibility. But when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tuliolo, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can, so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Tuliolo in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zeralja, at least until Tuliolo has shored up its defenses. Right. We'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us. During which time, Kona will find a way to fortify Tuliolo. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Yeah, train time. Oh, right, everybody's like scattered around. Where to begin? Can we find any other people? It's a shame Sid and his engineers aren't here to help. If they were here, I expect they'd turn it into a flying train. Ha, imagine. Shenza has given me a list of materials. We'll see to it that they have everything they need. And where, oh where, is Aaronville? Where is our Benui? He wouldn't be back there. Oh, Aaronville, where are you? I know you've got to be somewhere. Oh, there he is. Zeralja's forces remain quiet for now. If there is any moment or movement, I'll alert everyone immediately. Oh, you're being the lookout? Okay. Everyone's hard at work on the train. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the rite of succession. Would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete modifications to the train? Of course! What sort of craftsman did you have in mind? Let's see now. I mean, I'm a craftsman. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'd be over in an instant if they managed to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so I have a mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? We might. We could ask the fellow with a fetish for formalities. That's a wild way of wording it. Yeah, sure. We could ask the fellow with the fetish for formalities. You mean Wukevu? Well, he has his quirks. There's no questioning his carpentry. A master carpenter from Okanu, eh? If they'd be willing, we'd be glad to have them. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. Perhaps Fontaine can help. Yeah, no. Sorry, elf boy. Perhaps Zerwimer can help. Zerwimer would be perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yokoi, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yokoi? I'll be damned. We'll not want for strength with help like that. Hey, didn't the people get incredibly sick the last time they stepped foot on this part of the continent? Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's borrow guns from Kona for everyone? That's not actually the worst idea. Let's install ballistas on the train. big ones. Ballistas, eh? Well, they'd be powerful. It seems to me it'd take too long to reload it between shots. If there was some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, then that might work. But weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Oh, yeah. The Crystarium did have ballistas. The Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defenses, and I see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for your train. Well, I did not conceive them myself. I know their designs. Thank you for the 20 months! Damn, speaking of a hurtling train, we are hurtling straight towards 2 years as affiliate, huh? Also, hey, Shatter. Well, I did not conceive them myself. I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now, that sounds like something Fontengine can help with. What are the materials we need? A lot of crystal. The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to ether. To power the cannon, we'll require fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be as the miners over at the springs can help with that. Then if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shenza is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. On it. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. The plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Yogg-Saron. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shenza over to the southeast. All the way over here. Ah. Right. Time to put my knowledge gained in the first to use. Yeah! Remember, everybody, he may look 25, but he's technically like 300 years old. And a former city leader. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Looking for you to put me to work. Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals, though. Might be best if you spoke directly with a miner. Can I leave that to you? Sure. Great. You're friends with Iate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Oh wait, one more time. Iate is sure to get you all of the crystals you'd ever want, and then some. Neat! What am I doing? I can just hit return and be there right away. Also, you know why Dawntrail is better than Endwalker, but actually a good expansion? This is the point in Shadowbringers and Endwalker where they would be playing big, like, honestly kind of overstimulating MSQ specific music that would take over the entire zone. Notice they didn't do that this time. Thank fucking God. Granted, they also timed this so that if you wanted to do all the side quests before continuing with MSQ, you could have done that before you got to this point too. They're learning. Oh, Shizune, what brings you around these parts? My hot take is that I actually think Dawntrail is slightly better written than Heaven's Word. The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before, but what was that about? A way to obtain fire crystals is on the tip of Iate's tongue. Now I remember. Cerule Analas. You can find them to the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest Analas. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find them, or find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing why Aaronville thinks so highly of you. Okay. Time to show her our skills. A petty part of me wants to switch over to Bard just to show off my archery skills to her. Since that's supposedly her thing, but... eh. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not quite often you see the bigger, dominating sort. That's what you need. What you'll have to do is hunt down a few of their kind. Establish yourself as a threat. That's known to draw out the leader. Yeah. Alright. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watching nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. Thanks. The leaders are certain to show up if you kill a few of the common ones. Only a matter of when. Or it's only a matter of when. What? Where? Oh, there it is. I probably ran right over it. Let's call out river, and then get over here. You see no signs of your prey. Perhaps if you have better, or you will have better luck to the south. These things leave me alone. They're being very rude. Maybe we should try going where the other enemies of the same name are. Did you think of that? There you are. Thinking is hard. But, like, I feel like you'd require more thinking to find an enemy where other enemies of the same name don't spawn than to just go straight to where Analas normally pop up. Amazing! You dealt with the beasts in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shenza? I'll see that he gets it. Clear fire crystal. A fire crystal of the highest purity taken from the belly of a beast. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? Yeah! I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of Eleneshpia. Anyway, I'd best be on my way. And you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Wuklamot headed for the station. Okay. Let's go. Wait, she didn't even compliment my combat skills. What the fuck? I feel cheated. She was all, man, I can't wait to see why he thinks so highly of you, and then doesn't comment on it after the fact. Rude. Taking care of the crystals, have you? Things proceed at a pace here, too. Excuse me. Shenza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it, I'm idle for a moment and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Erenville. We'll be on our way soon, and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. Yeah. Look at all the people who showed up! Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tuliolo, I had been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Valcona, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gerferler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Yes, let's get to it. working together! I like how this cutscene shows the passage of time. With, like, it showing night and then it showing them in the morning. Alright, everyone. That'll do it. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and the cannons. And have yourselves a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Hear, hear! We love Taral, and we love you, Valwuklamat. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Yeah. Is there anybody we can talk to before we continue? Hang on, let me hippity hop onto River to make this a little bit faster. Anybody? At all? Ah, look, there's people in there! Okay, it looks like they are hiding friends for now. Okay. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish it or finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. Yay! Ether current, get. I can fly. Means a little hover for dominance. Alright. Now, this quest is level 97. Whoops. Time to switch over to Bard. Alright. Despite his fatigue, there is an undeniable air of satisfaction about Walika. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see them, or see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it. No, I'm actually good. I got all the side quests done around here. Although that would have been a good time to do them. But it's fine. Everything's okay. Let's go. Meat and bread and fruit. No cheese? Oh, the sausage looks so good. Okay. Wait for the engineers to finish working on the train. Yes. Let's go.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
Let's fix the volume on the game. I'll fix it later, I guess.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Finished at last!
Go time! The bowl on the front is a nice touch.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Yeah.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with the ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
You get 2 thumbs up. Let them try and stop us in this.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
And you can always rebuild her bigger and better.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
Yeah. I will never be able to get over Mikote ear wiggles. They are the best.
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
vanish.
Yeah, Graha doesn't get enough credit for how fucking powerful of a mage he is.
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert.
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone.
I kind of wish this had been some kind of duty or minigame.
No, you don't. Have care! They switched to firearms!
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
Huh? Elsie! Hehe.
Erenville, I need you to take over for me.
Bukulma, you're so badass.
End of the line, everyone!
I like how everybody's just casually hopping off. Like it's nothing. Boom. But yeah, like on one hand, I think that cutscene is really cool. I just like when I jump off a train, it's because I want to. It's like work.
That was too
Yeah.
close.
I mean, I am the wearer of light. I do have Dragoon at level 50 something on this character, so you know. But I do think, like, the one drawback to this is they didn't think enough about, like, okay, how could we incorporate some gameplay and some input from the player in this? And maybe at least a portion of it should have been us fighting the enemies, or they made it, like, they could have made it, like, a little bit Air Force One-y, where we have to aim at the enemies and shoot them down ourselves, instead of it just being a cutscene.
Still alive, Erenville?
I mean, he's standing, isn't he?
Mostly.
Let's go. And now it's time for Dawntrail 2!
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Yeah. Alright. So, who wants in on Dungeon? Vanguard, now accessible. Also, let me talk to friendses. Talk. We couldn't have made it this far without the train. Let us see it to it we go the rest of the way. Yeah. Just a little further and we'll be inside the dome. The idea of venturing into enemy territory is daunting, but I believe I'm ready. Or as ready as I'll ever be. There's no way Zeralja will be able to ignore our explosive entrance. I'll remain out of sight until the fighting is over. At the risk of repeating myself, try not to do anything reckless. We just crashed a train into an enemy stronghold, Aaronville. What's the threshold for reckless at this point? The rest is up to you now. I can make my own way back, so don't worry about me. Take care and good luck. Anyway, say something in the pantry link shell chat if you're in it. If you are able, or if you are interested in joining in, so that... Oh, you're moored. Okay. Right? Chatter, you're moored. So I'm gonna send a party invite. And it'd help if I typed in for the right link shell. Excited. I have such mixed feelings about this part of MSQ, because for those who don't know, Final Fantasy IX is my favorite single-player Final Fantasy game. And I think the stuff they did with the Final Fantasy IX references is really cool. But at the same time, I had always dreamed of us getting an expansion where we got to go to Alexandria, and it was super charming. And maybe there'd be a side quest where we had to help a pickle vendor, and eventually we'd have to fight the Aoife tree. And this expansion makes that a little less likely to happen. Unless they, like, decide to have there be two Alexandrias. So, you know... Let me also poke. There we go. Alright. Yeah, for anybody in chat who wants to join in, I am Shizune Dazkar on Fairy. I'm gonna give it like a minute or two more, and then I will probably, honestly, put up Party Finder and then run ads preemptively so that I can go bio before the dungeon, maybe. We will see. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that we're coming up on the 1 hour mark. let me get that party finder set up. Dungeons. There we go. Vanguard. Alright, recruit members. Just because I do want to get this show on the road sooner rather than later. There's a specific point in MSQ I want to get to by the end of the stream to keep us on track with being caught up by FanFest. We are on schedule so far. We fell a little bit behind with or last week, but we made pretty good progress on Sunday. I think we're only like a quest behind where I thought we'd be. Or like maybe a day behind so far, but we can make that up. And I think if we get to where I want to end up by the end of tonight, we should be in good shape. What I basically did was I looked at, after the first couple of streams, I looked at how many quests I was getting done per night, and then I just mapped things out from there, looking at the list of quests. Did you know Dawntrail is only 100 quests? Like, they actually probably could have afforded to flesh certain areas out by just adding a few more quests to the expansion. It's not the shortest expansion we've had. Heavensward is only 90-something. Stormblood was 120-something. But yeah. But yeah, I was nervous about whether or not I'd be able to make it. So the other week, I looked at the wiki and was like mapping things out. And if I save the role quests and crafting role quests for after I'm caught up with the rest of MSQ, which is doable because those quests feel so separate from the rest of the story this time. I should be able to be caught up with like a week of wiggle room. Which means I'll be able to do like FanFest coverage and stuff going forward and new expansion hype streams. I gotta be this organized. I mean, also, man, I wish I was that organized with everything, because I absolutely pants my writing. But it helped with my anxiety of, man, is this even doable? Should I even be talking about being caught up by FanFest? Am I making a fool of myself? Turns out, no, it's possible. And then I can talk about I'll have time to talk about my theories about what's gonna happen in the game. Because I have some suspicions on where 8.0 is gonna be taking us based off of stuff that happened in 7.4. But I can't talk about that when I'm only on 7.0 on this character. I try really hard to, as much as possible, not talk about stuff that hasn't happened on stream yet on stream. If it makes you feel any better, I'm horrendously behind on my writing. I need to hunker down and make more progress with my books. Because I would like to get to the point where I can start getting editing done and like show things to alpha and beta readers and get any rewrites that need to be done, and then get shit edited and finalized, and then actually publish a book. I also have video essays I need to hunker down and get written. Although like working on my YouTube short stuff has been really good practice for that. You know, the stream clips and actually like going a step above what some people do with their stream clips and actually editing things to create a bit of a narrative of what's going on. And then the How Comfy Is That Floor series. I am really proud of how that's turning out so far. I made some real stinker jokes in that one this week. You found me through my Volcanus crash outs! Yay! Man, that fight sucked. I realized I was probably a little underleveled, but... Hang on, one favor. Gotta ask about, yeah, gotta make sure I get my glamour. I really like the healer chest from this dungeon. So, oh, let me also make sure I actually, if I'm gonna advertise this as mine, then I should probably make sure that I have things set for mine. There we go. Ready, check. But yeah, well then hello, welcome to my streams. I'm glad you found me. Next week's shorts may or may not involve more cross-outs over that game. Alright, now. Vanguard, let's go. So how familiar are you with Final Fantasy XIV then, Mirage? Oh, thank you! Yeah! I could talk about writing all day and storytelling. But yeah, I love Volcanus Mon, but I did just spend the rest of that game referring to him as the himbo. Oh, well, then welcome to Dawntrail. I hope you don't mind spoilers. I know some people don't like Dawntrail. I actually think it's better than people give it credit for. People are just mean, and in some cases transphobic. Oh, I almost forgot. Hang on. That's right. I was in voice chat with a friend yesterday, so I turned my volume way down. 30 is fine. Let me know if that's too loud. But yeah, so hi, welcome to my streams. Because I've played the whole game before and can't really give first time reactions to things, I do things minimum island level, no echo to spice things up a little. have there be something that sets me apart from other Final Fantasy XIV streamers. And I'm excited because we're about to meet a bunch of my favorite characters. I hope you like Final Fantasy IX. Dawntrail is the love child of Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy IX. And we've been in the Final Fantasy X section, and we are transitioning to 9 in some really interesting ways. Oh. That's cool. Oh, wait. The benefits of running with me when it comes to my dungeons. You get that good first-time player bonus. But the first-time player knows what the fuck she's doing, because it's not actually her first time. Can I be slicing and dicing the inside? Heck yeah! And welcome back from the ads, guys! We beat up a guy in a bike. And now we're being attacked by turrets. I'm sure everything is fine. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, fine. I changed songs a little too early, but I can recover. Oh, right. I am kind of just okay with this boss. It'll be fine. Let me also roll on stuff. You know what? I'll pass on the stuff I don't need. It's fine. Well, no, I know the mechanics of this fight. I'm just not necessarily all that good at them. The plus side is I have ranked physical privilege. No pastimes, and I can keep up my DPS even when I'm at a distance. Which, boy oh boy, am I gonna need for this fight. Yeah, it's a fun fight. It's just a lot. Some people complained that Dawntrail's content was like, quote unquote, too hard. Honestly, what it was just, it's a lot more mechanics that we've seen before, but happening faster, and it's more AoE heavy than a lot of previous fights. Three, two, one. Okay. surprised I didn't get hit by more AoEs in there, but we did it. Well, a big part of it is Endwalker content was kind of really easy. And when they were promoting Dawntrail, Yoshi P did comment about how, like, hey, we're kind of worried that we've, in the process of trying to make the game more accessible, have overcompensated and not made normal content challenging enough. So Dawntrail is like a step up in difficulty, but like we're also heading to level 100. Dawntrail is levels 90 to 100. I feel like if you haven't gotten certain skills down by now needed to get through these dungeons, what were you doing for the last 90 levels of the game? At level 100, things should have a little bit of spice to them. Fair, but like in that case, oh, Black Mage down, far down. Streamer down, streamer down. You know what? We're close enough to the boss room. I'm just gonna release and get caught back up. That way I don't get weakness. But yeah. But yeah, also they've added a bunch of really nice quality of life stuff to this expansion, like jog. Now once sprint falls off, as long as you're not in combat, you still have a little bit of a sprint or of a speed boost. As a bard main, I'm slightly not confused, not annoyed, but like I am curious to see what they're going to do with Swift Song in the future, if anything. Because jog is the same speed as Swift Song and they don't stack. Oh look, it's a guy. That's such a serious breach should be allowed. That went too fast. Xander, the snake skinner. Ooh! never played a Xenoblade game before. Maybe someday, we'll see. Wow, he sure went down easy. Why is the boss music still playing? Ah. Hey, that's weird. Oh. Everybody did it. I was the Bard meme. I was the Bard meme again. Back there. Hey, we did it. All right. And of course, none of the glamour stuff I wanted dropped. Sad. All right.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yasulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassolani, can it?
Yeah. Welcome home, Aaronville. This is Yassolani? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? What happened here? I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. I was prepared for something strange, but this... it's like another world. I don't understand. You may... yeah. Vanguard, trusts, blah, blah, blah. Things keep getting stranger and stranger. Aaronville looks upon Yassolani in disbelief. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, for those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location. Or perhaps... well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. Yeah. Hey, that monster design looks familiar. Alexandrian axe speak. What? What's that all about? This place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds. The air oversaturated with lightning-aspected ether. Haven't seen anyone so far. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yassolani, and yet... that looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yassolani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. Oh, right. Hang on. Let me check something. We do have room. Let me just... Wow, what a thriving and bustling train hub. Hang on, let me just go ahead and attune. Amidst enormous alien structures, we have more familiar sights like this station. Yep. Ooh, ether current. Oh, right. I should be looking for ether currents. Is this a water tower for... Or this is a water tower for trains, isn't it? Let me go ahead and expand that. Ether current, ether current, ether current. Even though it is going to be a while before I can fly here. Where's the next one? North. Alright. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost as if it's been or hasn't been used in decades. Yeah, weird. This aetheryte is of Turali design. Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station. But from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. You find a train table. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. I think this thing is broken. It's got a face! The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to have a look at, or take a look at this. It's one of those one of the mechanical soldiers. Long since broken, apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zeralja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yasulani Station. Aye, and I've no doubt we're in Yasulani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash. If I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yasulani, then we should still be on the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions. But if Erenville says this is Yasulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Oh, yes. It's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning! It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Yeah, sure. We'll just leave the creepy robot unattended. Okay. Where do you want me to go, Raha? Oh, there you are. Is this thing gonna leave me alone if I get far enough? Please? Yes, okay. Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. Okay. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings. Rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. No sign of anyone. Is this Erinville's village? Let's stay vigilant. Oh, Erinville. What in the world? Could you that?
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
It's her.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolja has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolja?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Sphene!
Queen of Reason? If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Sorolja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you're both behind the attack on Tulihiola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Sorolja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Sorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people,
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barriers surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How, after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap. But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
Aaronville wants to find his mom and understand what's happened
you're
to his
right.
homeland. Poor guy.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking about on her lonesome?
Is that concern or suspicion? things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
Naming her Sphene and some of the other naming things that they did this expansion was such a good move writing-wise. Because, like, she is clearly a reference to Garnet from Final Fantasy IX. But because they named her Sphene instead of her being a direct reference to Garnet with sharing her name and stuff, they can do whatever the fuck they want with her without it feeling like so much of a betrayal. Whereas, like, historically, if a character shared a name with a character from a previous Final Fantasy game, you expected it to be a really direct, or at least you expected to see more of the DNA of that character. Case in point, Kryl from Final Fantasy V and their parallels. But having them be clear references, but like with a different name, meant they were able to give themselves way more creative freedom. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Of course not. Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. Yep. But hey, can I, like, go inside Erenville's house? Cozy. Super cozy. Where did you guys sleep? Alize is inclined to keep a close eye on the Queen. Agreed. Well, having established that we should be wary, we should use more, or we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. Get a good look at the rest of this town. I love ruins. I love envisioning what they must have been like when they were in their prime. But this is like bittersweet because this is the ruins of the childhood home of one of our friends. And shouldn't, like, this isn't like some ancient ruin where like the people who live here are necessarily dead. It's just been abandoned for reasons. A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. Have you ever seen such strange contraptions? I wonder what this one is used for. It's a relief to see the people here are well, at least. Those brick buildings. I've seen their like before, though I cannot remember where. The innovations of Alexandria are nothing short of extraordinary. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrol? They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Tyrali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. What? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. Let's go. Also, want to point out, even though a lot of this stuff is mostly Final Fantasy IX references, I dare anyone to tell me that this isn't the Thunder Plains from 10. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of the ceaseless gloom, almost. It's a relief to see the people here are well. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone in Yassulani. It's fascinating how they've combined traditional bricklaying with electro-based engineering. A curious blending of two cultures. I'll admit, I've seen nothing particularly suspicious. Yet. This is a Tonawatan village, or at least it was, before the dome and these strange contraptions.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katomie, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi. Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve, Wuk-Lamat, and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people, and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a ton of Wautenrig to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Pepone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Happy daylight savings time, everybody! I hope you remembered to set your clocks forward.
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Do you suppose time is still passing faster in here?
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasulani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place. before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
Alright. We made it through the cutscene. Twitch really wants to run ads, so once we get out of here.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Yeah, so once we get out of here, I am gonna run those ads, and I will see you guys on the other side of them. Alright, we're back. So, let me... Ah, there she is. Are the others somewhere around here? Not immediately, obviously. Oh, I almost forgot. Now that we're here. I do have new stuff. So let me just adjust some glamour things. There we go. Didn't get anything new for Viper. Oh, everything else is probably too low level. I need to get my other jobs to 97. Whoops! Right. Okay. Fair enough. Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not how I expected to spend my day. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure there is much you wish to learn as well. So please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Same thing. Sven is eager to show you around. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yupie's Hollow, it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. Or Halo. Whoops. Right, Yupie's Halo. I guess we're off to Yupie's Halo. First things first. Gimme. Oh, this is run by the Reforgers. That's interesting. Okay. What I find really interesting is I think this is the first expansion to not, or to have some areas where they don't have quarters of any kind. Because there weren't quarters in Yockel either. And I can't remember. I don't think there were quarters in Shaloni, now that I think about it. What do you suppose they keep inside this building? I don't know, supplies? Here we are. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from the workers here. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa. Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sven, to what do I owe the sudden pleasure of praise, or the sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I'm come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to show how our crops are grown. I do hope that's all right. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of host would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty has also intended to check out on things here? You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions. Though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. Would appear we have her permission. So please, walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sveen company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type. But given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point. But be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wuklamat's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. My duties here are quite varied despite being merely a farmer. We all have to do our part if we're to prosper. Oh, you have an interest in our farmland? I'll tell you anything you want to know. Oh, you are the local tell me about this place NPC. Got it. Elias! I'm sorry, as a Magnus Archives fan, I am forced to be suspicious of anybody named Elias that I encounter. For reasons. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You wish to know more about my job? I tend to the fields, mostly. Watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then? Something like that. Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather, the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? Yep, that's true. So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I had a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I am in charge of livestock. Here at UPA's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. Almost forgot. I haven't talked to these guys again. Perhaps later you can tell me more about what the world is like beyond the barrier. I actually live up there. I actually live up there. It's only for work that I come down to the outskirts. Up there? If you should ever take an interest in farming, I'd be more than happy to teach you what I know. It's a shame Kona's not here to see all these bizarre contraptions. Yeah. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers? Then let us return to Mahusa. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? Let's see here. I was amazed that everyone loves their work. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, but it's true that the people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always, they take to their duties with good cheer. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamati? Hey, you haven't earned that yet, ma'am. What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. They're speedrunning the Yuri. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up? Or acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We could take care of it if you like. That is most generous of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliolo. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Shizune is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gratefully accept. But please, take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. Sorry for dragging you into our troubles. If it seems too dangerous, don't hesitate to retreat. I do not doubt your strength, but please be careful. We'll be fine. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, right. Let me get my chocobo out. Fighting enemies in a river with River. The true meta streaming. So that's my share of the baddies dealt with. Look, Lamont isn't back yet. Wow, you really are strong. Ah, you're both all right. Thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed. With this, we won't have to ask Zeralja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sveen. That's enough, Mahusa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later. But to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never fail to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Sveen. I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Alright. I leveled up. What level is this next quest? Is it still, are we still in 97 stuff? Yes. Now the real question is, can the, like, nibbles of side quests that we have available to us get me to level 97 Viper? I'm not super hopeful, but we'll see what happens. Also, ether current to the southwest is probably on the other side of the wall. But let's see what these quests are. Oh, right, I haven't attuned to the etherite here. Whoops. I'll do that once I pick up the quest over here. The electrope enthusiast is scrutinizing the machinery. Well, if it isn't Her Majesty's special guest, did our capacitor help or catch your eye? The machines here run on electrope, so the capacitor serves as a battery storing the lightning energy as it rolls in from the pylons we've erected. If you're interested, I'd be happy to show you around and tell you more about our system. Yeah, sure. Piqued your curiosity, eh? First, let's head downstairs to see the power converter. It's great to see folks taking an interest in electro. Any excuse to talk about it is always welcome. What's over here? Is it... Wait, is it back upstairs? Oh, there. That's our food storage facility. By converting lightning energy to ice, we've created a refrigeration system that can prevent spoilage. It's a godsend, I'll tell you that. These parts get a lot of rain and humidity, so if we didn't have refrigeration, we'd have a massive mold problem on our hands. After lightning energy is absorbed in the electrocapacitor, it's transmitted to this power converter. Its function is to stabilize and distribute appropriate levels of energy to each household and facility. You look lost. Are you more of a visual learner? I am, actually. Let's pay a visit to the partitioned water tank on the north side of town. There's a water tank here? Oops, that's my chocobo. Hang on. There we go. Oh, it's just a really tiny water tank. Okay. Right. So after lightning energy is allocated to the residential grid, it's utilized in a variety of ways, one of which is that tank there. Normally, it's a receptacle for filtering rainwater. By using electrope to convert the lightning energy to fire, however, we can have hot water readily available at any time. Amazing, isn't it? Lastly, let's go and have a look at the control tower just up the stairs. What I find really cool is how they've managed to make a very sci-fi, cyberpunk world, but still have its existence and the way it works be very consistent with the lore of the rest of the game. Because it's still just, oh yeah, we have lightning ether, and we convert it into other types of ether to do electricity and power grids and stuff. These panels enable us to freely adjust each of the public utilities individually. The utility manager monitors the operational status of each facility, keeping an eye out for any problems. Not a glamorous job, but it's important work. Well, I think that about covers it. Let's loop back around to the electrocapacitor, shall we? Oh, right. I keep forgetting. Hang on. Let me just attune to that. Set you as my home point. So, how'd I do? Hopefully I've answered all your most burning questions. Believe it or not, I'm not actually an engineer, just an apprentice. I was inspecting the capacitor when you arrived. Thanks for letting me ramble, though. It was a great opportunity to brush up on my studies. Uawashe has a stray bottle with your name on it. Hey, I know you. You toured the farms with Her Majesty, right? How about something a little more hands-on? I've been assigned the role of cleaner, and one of my duties is the periodic application of insecticide. Here, I've marked a few areas in need of treatment on your map. Take this extra strength debugifier and give them a good liberal coating. Let me know when you're done, okay? Extra strength bugifier. This industrial grade repelling insecticide has been proven to work on every six-legged abomination under the sun. Okay, and then is that quest all the way up there? Oh, it's not. Is it not the corn servant? Oh, that's inside a house? Is it inside a house? Wait. Oh, here. Right. Here. Pauquena has a produce picking problem. I'm not sure what you're doing here, but I certainly won't look a gift Ronique in the mouth. Could you go and fetch me a vegetable? I should probably explain. I'm trying to plan out my dinner tonight, but for the life of me, I can't decide what to make. It won't be much trouble, I promise you. Go to UPA's Halo and speak to Shepimenier. He's bound to have a few seasonal offerings. All right. Here. And then let's grab the vegetable. Should be right here. Oh, he's over there. Okay. Aren't you the guest who was touring the farm with Queen Sphene? Is there something I can assist you with? Yeah, I need a vegetable. Ah, so Pauquena sent you to get produce. You'll certainly find no shortage of that here. This time of year, we have glass gem corn, Corrali pumpkins, and sweet potatoes. Take your pick. The plump kernels of corn peek out from within the dried husks. I'm gonna read the descriptions for these first. Judging from the sheer size, these tubers are sure to be filling. The brightly colored pumpkins are heavy with pulp and seeds. I'm gonna go with sweet potatoes because I really like sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are one of my all-time favorites. I'll bag it up for you. Here. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for handling that, by the way. It will be some time before we need to worry about any Uglop sightings. As cleaners, we're responsible for sanitation, waste disposal, recycling, even land maintenance. all in the name of keeping our homes free of bacteria. And unlike the entirely artificial Everkeep, we get a lot of bugs here in the outskirts. Trust me, they'll move right in if we let them. Oglops in particular are the worst offenders. They spread disease through the germs they carry, so their extermination is non-negotiable. Problem is, they're genetically predisposed to withstand even the harshest of environments, which makes them tough to kill. Personally, I find them kind of cute, but as cleaners, we have a job to do. We'll never be able to eradicate them completely on account of their propensity to breed, but thanks to your hard work, we'll have a few more moons before we need to worry about them again. Here, for a job well done. Unbelievable. I can't believe they turned Oglops into a pest. Harumph. But no, I think it's cute that they work them into a side quest like that. Welcome back. Did you pick me out something tasty? Yep, here you go. Your selected vegetable has been lovingly swaddled in this burlap sack for ease of carrying. Excellent. Looks like baked sweet potatoes are on the menu. It's a traditional Yasulani dish that's been passed down for generations. Even now, it's fairly popular. Made with our freshly grown vegetables, I feel closer to nature with every bite. Something you won't experience in the food produced with the food produced in Everkeep. Anyway, thanks for humoring me. Here, take this. You don't mind ready-made, do you? Food. Alright. I guess we'll just keep going with Bard. And I'll make sure to, between streams, finally hunker down and level up some jobs. Because I would like something to soak up experience in the event I hit, say, level 100 and I'm still doing level 99 quests or something. But it's fine for now. Zeralja, you bastard. My apologies for laughing earlier. Your friend painted an image so far removed from the Sphene we know, I couldn't help myself. Sphene would take you back to the outskirts. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. There is so much of Alexandria I would love to show you. Do you hear that? Hear what?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
I'm glad you could make it. Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right. What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There, we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
Or we will not.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
Ah, but of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa? You might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
Uh-oh. They're playing the spooky music. Uh-oh.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
The what?
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
Bum, bum. This is very unsettling. We'll see how it is with other people. As far as I could tell, Pepone genuinely had no recollection of Namika. I've never seen nor heard of anything like this before. What's going on? How could Pepone suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene towards the Aetheryte, or afterwards at the Aetheryte. An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. What's that? What's that? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she'd spent time here, I would remember. Would you, though? Would you? I do recall caring for someone until recently. And you say that it was a woman named Namika? While I can't say for sure if it was her, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. Things are getting spooky. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of ether corresponding to the act, too, and I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Popone seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul selves. But who might we ask about this? If we continue making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kafkiwa instead. Sveen said to try the Underyards, or the Thunderyards. It should be in this direction. Who's that? Impossible! Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We'd better destroy it. Wah! Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Aaronville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway. So let's try to track it down. Alright, Twitch really wants to run ads, and also, I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat dinner, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Everybody else, go grab snacks, grab water. This is me reminding you guys to hydrate, and get your stretchies in, and I'll see you guys on the other side of the ads. All right, we are back. Mostly, I will be using voice cutscenes as an opportunity to eat more. I'm hungry. And dinner tonight is shakshuka, so I don't want it to get too cold. Will I eat cold shakshuka? Yes. Is it the best way to eat shakshuka? Absolutely not. Oh, wait. Oh! Hold on. There have been people along the path this entire time. Was Alize the... Oh, was I meant to go out the bridge, or across the bridge? Hang on. Oh, that is how I went. But I'm supposed to not just, like, take a shortcut. I'm supposed to actually... Okay. It's faster than it looks. Oh, right, we're chasing a robot. I do not see it. No sign of it over here. Nothing but birds over here. That voice, could it be? There you are. Wow, this cutscene doesn't have any dialogue in it. It's safe for me to put food in my mouth. Instantly dialogue. You found it? Yeah, it went that way. To the northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. Now, I cannot just keep being like, oh my god, that's a Final Fantasy IX reference. That's a Final Fantasy IX reference. It would be faster for me to point out the things that aren't Final Fantasy IX references, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. I think it's safe to assume it went into the mines. An old coal mine? It appears to have long since been abandoned, like so many other places. The stones in those crates. Could it be turquoise? So it went in here? I heard faint voices coming from inside. So it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. Oh, right. I'm supposed to be looking for ether currents. Also, wow. Those bats sure look familiar. I should replay Final Fantasy IX at some point. It would appear no one has worked through these tunnels in quite some time. And we know it's been 30 years. I'm not worried. We've had to improvise countless times before, after all. This tunnel just keeps going. A device made with electrode. It seems to be the only one here. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. Can't make out their conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard.
What is this?
Ironville!
A trap?
It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
Yeah. Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light. I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Underspear!
My darling, what now?
Oh, that's right. They don't know.
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun.
Yes!
What are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Now I can call him that, and it's not spoilers. Fussy little bun.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Underspear was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play.
Aww.
You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you knew my father?
Look, Lamont, I thought you met Aaronville's mother.
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in, come in! Friends of my LNSP are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place, how are things still getting stranger?
Simple. You're in a Final Fantasy game with Lamont. I hate to break it to you. At this point, I doubt anything would or could possibly surprise me. Aaronville's mother is a floating machine. Right. That makes about as much sense as everything else thus far. The Alligans had machines that could be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar to communicate with us? Yes, that's exactly what's happening. I can't say I understand what's going on, but at least Kafkiwa is safe. Oh, hello. Okay, very important question. Are these real beds? They are. Second very important question. Why are these not housing items? I know I asked that about a lot of things, but like... Always too much excitement with her. Sorry for drawing our weapons on you. No, we entered into your base unannounced and uninvited. It's completely fair, honestly. I would do the same if I were in your position. If it's any consolation, this is all rather confusing to us as well. Come, make yourselves comfortable. Oh, no, that's not who I thought it was. Okay. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what's happened, we'll need to ask her. Aaronville is conflicted by this long-fated reunion. Let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldesion. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zeralja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are. Though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is? As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zeralja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your head. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electrope technology. And that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. They what? Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource, and payment for services rendered. The Void Scent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect that the act comes with some risk. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten Amika's existence... The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. The reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So this is what is meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed. All memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, an integral step in soul cell production. And an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here? And on its surface, it's similar to the Yokoi philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, the system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that Turali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators has never been compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sveen didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants us to help, or wants to help us stop Zeralja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death, or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right. But however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. Take care not to get struck by lightning out there. One fellow reckoned you could dodge them by... See? Final Fantasy X reference right here. Take care not to get struck by lightning out there. One fellow reckoned you could dodge them by jumping back the instant there's a flash. But that's crazy if you ask me. I see what you're doing, Square Enix. You're not slick. I'm onto you, Yoshi P. Nostalgia is my twin sister. Like most people, we both used to wear regulators, but, well, let's just say a lot happened. Firearms make the most sense for people who don't have combat training like us. That's why we salvage as many as we can from the mechanical soldiers and convert them for our use. But the gun you're carrying doesn't even look like the kind the mechanical soldiers use. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept the idea of using souls as a resource. We're to see how the regulators work, but how? So those regulators are to blame for everyone forgetting Namika, for forgetting what a wonderful person she was. To alter the memories of the populace with such precision is no small feat. What does she intend to show us? Or what does she intend to show us? Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunderyard's hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of these hunters. Strika? Oh, I see. Do I see? This works. It truly is a shame that I couldn't have been done with Arcadian stuff by the Little Ladies Day event. A, there may or may not be an NPC hanging out here once you finish Arcadian. For anybody who didn't know, who might be looking to play Where Are They Now? But also, a couple of characters showed up during the event. I'm excited to be caught up enough that I don't miss out on that kind of stuff on stream anymore. What do you think is in this box? I'm guessing food. Judging by its name, I take it this place is for gathering lightning energy. Let's get this over with. While I am not blind to the potential benefits of these regulators, the risks inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated. Never mind the ethical considerations of using souls in such a fashion. Given the opportunity, I should very much like to study Electrope on behalf of the students. Oh boy, the nerds are nerding. Strika will show you what life can be like with wearing a regulator. Alright. Kafkiwa, what are you doing here? And with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on. I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen Spheen's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Hafkiwa said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course. In which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. My fussy little bun-bun was never any good at fighting, and this body of mine isn't suited to it either. We leave this work in your capable hands. Fussy little bun-bun! I'm afraid I must leave the fighting to you. We'll find a combat job that's worthy of you someday, Erenville. Don't worry. So, what am I fighting? Ah, I see. Get out here, River. Okay. Now what's over here? A cutscene is over here. This one will do nicely. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Oh no! Look out! Ah! Well, preserve. She needs healing. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Yeah, that'll do it. That's funny. I didn't realize monks could learn Berserk. Just like Zeralja. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator? Looks like it. I think I understand now how Zeralja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa. But I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me. You empowered yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard, who did the same thing. So you've crossed paths with one of the King's elite? Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same, in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of people and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about the souls of beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the stone or soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type of soul type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws. Too many, and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Sun. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The citizens of, or in the reflections are surprising indeed, or the civilizations of the reflections are surprising indeed. Flashback to Emmett Self. He wasn't wrong. Speen speaks of lived experiences that suggest she's far older than she appears. Considering the power of these regulators, perhaps it's not so far-fetched. I've never seen it for myself, but it's said that if a beast's soul is potent enough, a single soul is enough to induce a monstrous transformation. Oh, we have side quests. That's a chocobo. When Emmett Selk spoke of surprising civilizations on other reflections, I wonder if he had Alexandria in mind. Who knows what he had in mind? May have been Alexandria and others. Having seen the beauty of the ethereal sea firsthand, I simply can't accept what they've done here in Alexandria. I understand this is part of their culture, but it is no less disconcerting. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now, the important thing is we know what power Zeralja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliolo's concern. With his newfound power, Zeralja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. The worth of a soul. Also, let's do some side quests real quick while we ponder that. Which means let me swap over to Viper. The veteran hunter is sick of waiting around. Rough place for a stroll, ain't it? I'm impressed you made it out this far. If only my trainee had the same grit. The plan was to go on a hunt together, but I haven't seen hide nor hair of her all day. I reckon the lightning's got her scared stiff. We're supposed to meet here, so I'd rather not step away if I can help it. Could you swing through the outskirts and look for a fresh-faced hunter quaking in her boots? Yeah, sure. Pick up the other side quests while we're there. There should be a little corn fella by now, right? Aha! Yep, see? Called it. This is the last place you were expecting to find the corn servant. Russell. My, what a pleasant surprise. I hope you've been well since the appearance of this peculiar place. I've been hanging in there. When first hearing the rumble of a stomach coming from within this dome, I mistook it for the roar of thunder. But sure enough, there was indeed a poor soul in need of my assistance. Would that I could make myself seen to them. but I can assume it was fate that guided you here to see them given the help they need and deserve. Please, follow me, and I shall take you to them. Dorian's uncertainty is palpable. Pardon me, adventurer, but might I trouble you to lend me your aid? I found myself in a rather troublesome predicament. Earlier today, we were sent a soldier and asked to test out its improved combat functionality. I asked a hunter to take it out on patrol, but not long afterwards, I lost contact with them completely. I know the signal is weak out there, but I can't help but worry something might have gone terribly wrong. From the look of you, you can handle your fair share of danger, yes? Could you go out to the Thunder Yards and see if you can find them for me? Oh, nope. There we go. I wanted the bird. Let's go feed a person some corn. This Milala exudes overconfidence, perhaps to mask what ails his grumbling stomach. Ugh. Try the vegetables from the outskirts, they said. Ugh. Who could stand to eat this swill? I can't do it. I won't. A man of Everkeep deserves better than this. With the perfectly manufactured rations of the production facility, full to bursting with nutrients, I could easily work for days with little rest. But this? I'd sooner starve myself until my work is done. Russell, a rather sophisticated palate, it would seem. Perhaps if I take a generous helping of my kernels, apply a little heat, and pop, pop, pop. There! Let us see what he thinks of my popped corn. What in blazes is this? This is absolutely delicious. Light and fluffy, yet also crunchy, and perfectly salted. I've never seen such a thing in Solution 9. And you say this was made from a vegetable? It would appear the plants grown down here are not to be underestimated. I believe I owe the farmers an apology. What were you doing, eating them raw? Russell, the popcorn was a rousing success. He convinced himself that foods should simply be taken as they are, never realizing they can become so much more given the right preparation. It was heartening to see something so simple as popped kernels could give him a newfound appreciation for food. And with that, I believe our work here is done. I can scarcely imagine where my search for bellies in need of nourishment will take me next. Wherever that may be, I should be glad to see you there. Safe travels, my friend. We'll do the quest chain after we get the rest of the stuff done. Oh, there she is. Can I help you? Yeah, your trainer is looking for you. My mentor asked you to come and find me? Oh no! Well, I'm not proud to admit this, but that lightning is making me weak in the knees, and not in a good way. This is rather embarrassing, having only just met, but it always helps to settle my nerves when the other hunters would cheer me on. Might I ask you to do the same? Even the smallest cheer would go a long way to help settle my nerves. Okay. Cheer! Thanks. That helps a little. I think I'm feeling brave enough to finally set foot out there. But, if you should notice me starting to lose my nerve, I hope you'll be there to cheer me on again. Oh, right. I should be using these side quests to double check, for ether currents. Nope, I can't do it. I just can't. You got this. Thanks. Look, can I ask you something? How are you not terrified of the pylons? I know they function as relay points for the energy gathering out there, but they quite literally attract lightning. Every strike is like an explosion, rattling me to the bone. I hate it. Still, it's not much safer standing around here, so I may as well keep going. If I stop again, I really need you to psych me up, okay? There she is. I can't take this anymore. I want to go home. Oh, wait. The trainee hunter is paralyzed with fear. Is there aught you can do to psych her up? I believe in you. I know it may not seem like it, but your moral support is a tremendous help right now, miss. I'm so close to the rendezvous point, but the roar of the lightning really isn't helping my nerves. Maybe I'll pretend it's an asteroidia. Yes, just a big, bloodthirsty asteroidia. Okay, so you're not afraid of potentially bloodthirsty monsters, are afraid of lightning. Are you sure this is the right job for you? All things considered. Oh no. That's not good. You good? You saved my life. For a moment there, I thought I'd have to use my regulator. Now, I somehow doubt an adventurer like you just so happened to be passing through. That researcher sent you to find me, didn't he? I'd better head back to explain what happened. You may as well come and join me. I'm sure he'll want to know you're safe. Yeah, let me just turn in this quest. I had to dodge some lightning bolts, but I made it. Thank you for giving me the push I needed. My trainee here told me the whole story. You lit a proper fire in her belly, eh? To her credit, she did well on the hunter's exam, and I reckon she's got promise. Not like she's the only one who's nervous about the lightning, anyhow. Besides, your words of encouragement seem to have struck a chord with her, so I have faith she'll overcome it in time. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got some monsters to hunt. Take care. Heck yeah. Alright, let's go back to the outskirts, turn in the quest we were doing, and then do the quest chain. The hunter told me everything. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for taking such swift action. These soldiers require energy gathering from lightning, and yet lightning also proves to be their weakness. Apparently, it took a nasty jolt in the Thunder Yards and went berserk. Honestly, why are they tinkering with offensive output when they could be correcting this glaring flaw in the design? Rest assured, the engineer in charge will hear all about this in my report. Sorry for the trouble. I hope this small token will suffice as compensation. An ether current? Yes, it will compensate. Or will serve as compensation. Nakente is fretting over her young charge, as she is wont to do. Oh, Shallow, what am I going to do with you? I keep telling you to take a hunter with you when you leave town. Well, if it isn't Her Majesty's guest. Did you enjoy your tour of UPA's Halo? I was told you even helped set the water distribution system to rights. You know, I could really use someone with your talents right about now. The woman in charge of that very farm just left for the wilderness without a bodyguard. Seems to me she's investigating something, but that's no reason to put herself in danger. Last I heard, she was seen walking up the hill to the east of the farm. Could you go and make sure she's all right? Of course. Oh, what a relief. You're looking for a young Shatona by the name of Shaloki. One of those. Now, off you go, and thank you, dear. Okay. We'll at least try to get the traveling done before the ad break comes up. But there's our 1 minute warning. Also, I kind of forgot about this. Whoops. Okay. It still wants me to go south. I mean, maybe there's another one by, Yasulani Station. Maybe I'll check that during the ad break. After running all the way here. I mean... yeah, it should be fine. Oh, this is just a combat thing. I can handle that. Oh, this is like a involved cutscene. Haha. Whoops. Ah, gods be good. That was the last of my soul cells. Oh, ad break. Okay. Well, I'll see you guys on the other side of the ads. I'm gonna finish my dinner. BRB. All right, we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Now, ah, gods be good. That was the last of my soul cells. I could have really died there. Thanks for your help, by the way. So, what brings you out here to the middle of nowhere? You do. Auntie Nakente sent you after me? That makes two people who just saved my life, then. Would you mind coming with me to see her? I want her to know I'm safe and grateful besides. Sure. Actually, I do really want to check this real quick, and I don't think anything's going to take me down here again. So, I mean, besides me farming up fates between streams, but you know. Nope, nothing down here. Alright. It was worth a check. I'll worry about ether currents more. A, when I'm fate farming. B, when I have access to the other side of the map. Which I do not right now. Oh, somebody's getting scolded. But okay. I'm sorry. Welcome back, dear. I can't thank you enough for rescuing this poor, reckless fool of a girl. You're not a child anymore, Shallow. Act your age. Now, what do you say to this kind stranger who saved your life? I know I've already told you once before, but thank you, truly. I'm Shaloki, and I'm in charge of UPA's Halo. To tell the truth, I'm still learning how everything works. I used to be an electrop engineer, but for some reason the government reassigned me. And I'm Nakente, the farm's coinkeeper. Our resident nag, depending on who you ask. Might we get your name, hero? I'm Shizune. Shizune! Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? That's a name you'd best not forget, Shallow. You'd be dead were it not for her. Now, why in the world would you leave the safety of the outskirts all by yourself? You've been acting so strangely of late. It's clear you're hiding something. So what is it? There really is no getting anything past you, is there? Fine, I'll explain. But you have to promise to keep it a secret for now, alright? The truth is, I noticed that the farm's harvests have been shrinking, year over year, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. The staff are all doing great work, and as a former engineer, I can say for certain that the equipment is all in proper working order. I even checked the pylons, and the readout was totally normal. But I know there's a problem, and the longer we wait, the worse it will get. In a few years, the crops may stop growing entirely. Something has to be done. Well, it sounds serious, and I appreciate that you're taking the initiative to solve it. But I worry about you, Shallow. I can't have you putting your life in danger. Shizune, would you be willing to help her look into the matter? How much are you gonna pay me? As an outsider, your idea of normal is sure to be different from ours. I reckon a fresh set of eyes will be able to spot something we can't. She's right. I could certainly use an unbiased perspective. Would you please help me, Shizune? Yeah, sure. Right then, with that settled, I think that what you ladies need now is a good meal. Have a seat, and your Auntie Nakente will pick you up some fresh veggies. Enjoyed the meal. It's traditional Tonawatan cooking. If you can help Shallow figure out what's ailing the farm, rest assured there's more where that came from. We are ready to dig into the mystery. Alright, Shizune, time to get started. Well, I suppose I've already started, but you know what I mean. First things first, we should have you take a look at the fields and see if you can spot anything that strikes you as unusual. You go ahead and make ready, Shallow. As Coinkeeper, it would be remiss to overlook the matter of Shizune's payment before she leaves. I'll send her along shortly. Aha, now you're speaking my language. Okay then. Meet me by the bridge just outside of town when we're ready. Or when you're ready. So, let's talk money. Forgive me, Shizune, but I wasn't entirely honest with you just now. So you're not paying me? You will, of course, be paid for your services. Aha! But there's something else I wanted to discuss. I have a personal favor to ask of you. It concerns Shallow. She was born after the land's fusion, you see. And her parents, well, none of us can remember them. The townsfolk have all done their best to look after her, but I suspect she may struggle with things she doesn't feel she can talk to us about. Her reassignment by the government, for instance. For an outsider like you, however, I suspect she may be willing to open up. Perhaps you could find a quiet moment during your investigation to talk to her. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Shizune. Your help is much appreciated, on both counts, of course. Now, run along, and don't forget, you're to meet up with her at the southern bridge. There you are. Auntie really talked your ear off, didn't she? Well, I'll spare you my idle chit-chat. You walked these fields with Her Majesty, right? What was your first impression? Be honest, and don't hold back. Any little critique might help. First impression, it's so dreary, the location seems less than ideal. How does anyone run a farm in this weather? This one. How does anyone run a farm in this weather? Oh, I didn't realize that was an issue. But now that I think on it, this place used to get a lot more sunlight in the past. That's why it's called Yasulani, after all, where the clouds dry in the Shatonatang. It's only thanks to electrope technology that the farm has survived this long. Specifically, those pillars at the center of each field. They're a true godsend, converting lightning energy into not just water, but also fire to stave off the cold and earth to replenish the soil. They were the first thing I thought to check, but they're perfectly functional. Still, you have a point. This isn't exactly prime farmland. Maybe there's an underlying problem with the soil that can't be mitigated with our tech. In that case, I say we roll up our sleeves and examine the fields more closely. I'll take the rest, or the east side, so the west is all yours. Sound good? Sounds good. Great. If you spot anything out of the ordinary, just give a shout. Likewise, if I find anything, you'll be sure to hear me. Now, let's get to it. Are you guys rotating crops? Are you fertilizing properly? You know, just ideas I have off the top of my head. As somebody who actually does have some slight experience with gardening. The The soil is well drained with just the right amount of moisture, an effect of the electro pillar, perhaps. In any case, nothing appears to be wrong. But again, nutrients in the soil, are they good? Are they the right kind of nutrients? The soil is faintly warm to the touch. Evidently, this electro pillar is doing its job. If you listen carefully, you can make out a muffled crackling sound from underground. Solosi will want to hear about this. Oh, right. I remember what the issue was, I think. The soil is nice and crumbly, owing not just to the electro pillar, but the dedicated maintenance of the farmhands here. There are no glaring issues that you can spot. Now that you've investigated all the fields to the west, you should reprise Solosi of the strange crackling sound you heard earlier. This is the field where you heard the funny sound? Well, I'll be. There it is. It sounds to me as though it's coming from deep underground. I'm impressed you caught it with those little ears of yours. Excuse me, they're horns! And they're very good at hearing, thank you very much. So, should we start digging? I guess. You know, this soil feels a little too warm. And what is that smell? Mushrooms? Ah, I found something. It's a box and some sort of measurement device. That's enough crackling, you. Now let's see what's inside the box. Papers. Someone's report, it looks like. What's written here? To Solosi from UPA. Concerns about toxic exo-ray infestation. Oh, one of my redeems not working again. Wait. Oh, hang on. Let me check something. Is it... Aha, that's the issue. There. Is it working? No? Why is this redeem not working? Let me make sure it's set to the right microphone. There. Okay. There we go. Fixed. I needed to make sure that BTS was actually picking up my microphone so that it would know when to make the things happen, because that redeem is a voice activated one. UPA? The UPA? How does the farm's founder know my name? And why would they pen me a letter? Hi, Zed. Thank you for the head pats. I think. I write to you regarding my concerns for the future of this farm, as well as their potential solutions. This farm survives by the mercy of its technological support. But if the same crops are planted again and again over a sustained period of time, there is a chance the yields will weaken. See, I called it! Did I not mention earlier crop rotation? I don't believe it. That's precisely the problem we're having. This is a brilliant discovery, Shizune. I need to sit down and read everything that's written here. Will you go and tell Auntie Nakente about this? Why was crop rotation not part of your standard procedure to begin with? either rotate them in a circle, because you've got, what, 4 of these plots? No, you've got more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've got 6 plots. So you can either rotate them in groups of 3, or all 4 of them, or in 2s. Just like alternate which one's growing tomatoes and which one's growing beans or whatever the fuck. Or corn and soy, whatever. Can you tell I'm from the Midwest? Doesn't matter that I'm from the city. Even I know about the importance of crop rotation for your soil. If you guys were so invested in preserving your traditional farming techniques, why was crop rotation not one of them? Why did you need to leave a letter to your redacted to make sure that it happened? Welcome back. That gleam in your eye tells me there's been progress. Where's Shallow? Why did you have to leave your letter about how to fix the problem in a time capsule and bury it? A letter with her name on it, buried in a box in the fields? Her eyes must be glued to the pages even now. I wish I could offer her you more details about UPA, but those memories must have been taken to the cloud. I'm sure it must seem very strange to you that we forget the dead. Even we struggled to come to terms with it at first. But we all came to the same conclusion. For the Tirali citizens to make a life for ourselves out here, we would have to wear the regulators. All of us, even baby Shallow. At any rate, what matters is that we've managed to find a lead. Carry on with the investigation, dear, and do let me know how it goes. Nakente has an idea of where Shalosi might have gone. Shallow said she wanted to sit down or to read, did she? In that case, I suspect she's at the control tower right about now. It's the facility that houses the town's electrope equipment. She's been haunting the place ever since she was a child. Anytime she needs to read something without distractions, like as not, you'll find her there. As for why she's so taken with the tower, I couldn't tell you. Anyway, I'll mark it on your map. Go and check on her, would you? Or won't you? Grumble, grumble. Oh, hello. Hello, Shizune. Perfect timing, actually. I just finished reading over the report. Turns out, UPA was a Shatona woman, and apparently she's also, we'll get to that later. More importantly, this report details the major problems you foresaw impacting the farm decades down the line. Which is to say, right about now. It says here she buried this microbial colony counter with her findings, so that the moment this particular problem started to manifest in the fields, the alarm would sound and draw someone's attention. Now, I wanted to ask, have you ever been to Yasolani Station? The report has suggested a solution to for a problem, but it requires a special device she apparently left all the way over at the station. Before you say anything, don't worry. I won't be running headfirst into danger on my own again. That's assuming, of course, you would accompany me there. Thanks, Shizune. Make whatever preparations you need to, then meet me at the Halo. I'll be waiting. UPA, why did you have to make this a fun little scavenger hunt for your redacted? As if it's not obvious who she is. But, you know. All set? Excellent. So, about the problem with the farm. According to the report, the cause of the declining harvest is an infestation of exorays, a type of toxic slime mold. With the electro pillars fertilizing the soil, everything in the ground stands to benefit, good or bad. That's why the farmhands weed the fields so aggressively. But by hiding out of sight under the topsoil, the exorays have had free rein to draw vital nutrients away from the crops. The more they multiply, the smaller our yields. In short, if we're to save the crops, we'll need to exterminate the exorays. And to do that, we'll need the device that's stored at the station. Are you with me? Yeah. I still question if UPA knew this was a problem, why she didn't just implement safeguards to begin with. But what I don't understand is why UPA would store the report and the device in 2 separate locations. Wouldn't it have been easier to put them both in the box? Oh well, no point in wondering, I suppose. Shall we be off then? Okay, wait, but didn't they kind of make it sound like this was a crop rotation issue? Didn't the letter say something about like, oh yeah, planting the same thing over and over again in the soil is causing a problem? Hang on, I'm scrolling through the logs to... Ah, yeah, that's what it said. If the same crops are planted again and again over a sustained period of time, there is a chance that the yields will weaken. So why are we suddenly talking about a fungus causing the issue? Or mold, or whatever? Cannot rotating your crops cause mold in your soil? Here we are at Teshpiani, where the stones howl. UPA's report claims that both she and Auntie Nakente used to live here. Then the land changed so drastically that the entire village was all but flung into danger. That's when Queen Sphene turned up. After some discussion, it was decided that the villagers would take refuge in Everkeep. While most were content to stay there, some grew to miss the feel of nature beneath their feet, and so they decided to resettle in the outskirts. Auntie and the others could be living the high life in Solution 9 right now if they wanted, but instead they remained loyal to the land. That dusty old town means the world to me, Shizune. I originally took on the role of engineer so I could help make life easier for everyone. If I'm going to be responsible for the farm, then it's up to me to solve its problems, whatever they may be. Ah, the station's coming up now. Just over the hill to the southeast. I'm not in any hurry to cross the finish line, though. Slow and steady wins the race just as well. Seems a downright waste to me. With a little elbow grease, these houses could be good as new, but I suppose it's too far from the safety of Everkeep. You know, that reminds me. Apparently the Tonawata and the Shatona used to be sworn enemies. Can you believe it? But then some king, Galul something or other, mended the rift between the two peoples, and they came to share the land peaceably. This all happened before Auntie was born, so who knows how many decades ago that was. From your guys' perspective, 110 years ago. From my perspective, 80. But also, gosh, gee, that sure would have been nice to know during the and learn about during the Rite of Succession. We've come quite a ways now. Look at the view of Everkeep. Yep. When I was little, I attended school there with the other kids from the outskirts. That's where I learned all I needed to work as an electrope engineer. UPA wrote in her report that she once took those same classes. She said the mysterious machines were a new frontier she couldn't help but want to explore. Then she used the knowledge she'd gained from her formal education to build up UPA's halo. Curious as she was about technology, it seems nature was her true passion. When I think about all the love and care that went into the halo, I'm not sure I have any business taking charge of it. I mean, somebody has to. We're nearly there now. Let's hurry and secure UPA's device. Truly a sight to behold, isn't it? I hope someday to get these, I get to see one of these huge train things running on it, like in the old days. I always had my suspicions, but now that I'm seeing it in person, I think I've actually been here before, back when I was younger. All my life, I thought it was just a silly dream I had. I remember walking along the tracks, hand in hand with someone grown-up, while they talked to me about the station and the lands beyond. Now I think I might know who it was. Oh, Gasolini Station is over here. Alright. Aha. Here we are at Yasulani Station. Quite the trek, eh? Before the land fused, people flocked here in droves. But these days, well, no need to state the obvious, I suppose. Now to retrieve UPA's device. I think she said it was in this building here. Storage cupboard, bottom shelf, the very back. Aha! Here we are. Apparently, the special transformer has already been attuned to the farm's pillars. It should force the exo-rays out into the open. Do you remember what I told you before about how the pillars convert the power of lightning into nutrients to help the soil, and the exo-rays in turn steal those nutrients for themselves? This device will halt the conversion, funneling a massive energy current straight into the ground. In one fell swoop, the beasts will be deprived of their food source and given a nasty shock besides. To escape the shocks, they'll have no choice but to form brooding bodies and burrow to the surface. That's when we strike. Or at least, that was UPA's plan anyway. Isn't she incredible? She realized our soil was at risk of attracting fungi, so she planned out a detailed countermeasure decades in advance. I can scarcely believe someone as middling as me could have a mother so brilliant. I was told you couldn't remember your parents. Yeah, we're not going to pretend to be surprised about this. It's true, I can't. But I found some sort of official document together with the rest of the report. It states that, upon UPA's death, her daughter was to be given full control of the farm when she reached adulthood. Now I've come of age, and I've been put in charge of the farm. What else am I to think but that she must be my mother? It feels like something from a storybook. The tale of a humble villager who was, in truth, the descendant of a great hero. But UPA is no work of fiction. She was real, And she walked these lands just as I do now. When I was first reassigned to UPA's Halo, I thought there must have been some mistake. Why me, when there was surely countless others more capable? I still haven't found my answer yet. But if one thing's for certain, it's this. I won't let her legacy wither and die on my watch. At least now we've got a tentative solution for the farm's X-ray infestation. Let's head back to the outskirts and set about putting UPA's plan into motion. You know something? I think I've come to understand why she hid the device all the way out here. I think maybe, now that I'm a woman grown, she wanted me to see what's become of the life we once had. Just a theory of mine. Shallow tells me the investigation has made great progress, owing in no small part to you. After that long walk, I'm sure you must be as tired as I am. We'll enact our extermination plan soon enough, but for now, let's both take a moment to rest. Oh, and thanks for walking with me. I'll see you when you get back. Oh. Well, considering the fact that I don't have a money option, I will take the creamy hot chocolate option. Remember, guys, donate to my Ko-fi if you want to fund my hot cocoa addiction. Eager to mitigate the mushroom menace. Yeah. Perfect timing, Shizune. I just finished explaining everything to Auntie here. You know, I always wondered why the government would reassign you to UPA's Halo. I never imagined you were the founder's daughter. Honestly, I think they would have been better served choosing someone who was there from the beginning. Someone like you, Auntie. I don't even remember my mother, and yet it's because of her that I was promoted to the head of the Halo. I may not be qualified to solve all the farm's problems, but I can at least solve this one. Shizune, it's about time we evicted those unwanted tenants. Once you're ready to get your hands dirty, meet me at the control tower. There's one last thing I think we'll need. Oh, for heaven's sake. Here I thought she was worried over something serious. If anything, we were relieved that a local was chosen for the role. Sure, she may be inexperienced, but we all know she's got a good head on her shoulders. She'll grow into it in time. I understand this whole ordeal has been a lot of trouble, Shizune, but I want you to know how much I appreciate all your help. Now, I hope you'll forgive a little worrying on my part, but you do realize fructified exoraids are essentially mushroom monsters, yes? They're more troublesome than they look, so please be careful. It won't be the first mushroom I've beaten up. I should be fine. There you are. Are you ready, Shizune? As soon as I integrate this transformer into the control tower's circuitry, those electro pillars are going to send lightning straight into the ground. Your job will be to survey the eastern and western fields and stamp out any fungal fiends that sprout up. Okie dokie. Take this communicator and await my signal. Our plan begins as soon as you get into position at the farm. Right. cut through here? Yes, I can. Alright, sweet. Testing, testing. Shizune, can you hear me? The transformer is connected and on standby. As soon as I activate it, the extra rays are going to come crawling up at full speed. There's no telling how many we ought to expect, so be on your guard. Hang on. There we go. Okay, that's one down. Shizune, how'd it go out there? Are you hurt? How many were there anyway? 3? Wow, you're incredible. You didn't even sound out of breath. Well, if you're ready for round 2, I'll reroute the transformer to the fields on the other side. Once you're all done, meet me near the bridge. Alright, all done. Goodness me, that was quite impressive. Or for someone without a regulator. Thanks. I'm sure I'm about to get that a lot. I really owe you one, Shizune. With any luck, the exo-rays should be well and truly exterminated. There's now the matter of changing the soil, of course, and taking measures to prevent future infestations. But thanks to you, the Halo is on the road to recovery. Shallow, dear, do you still have misgivings about your reassignment? None of us are upset by the idea of you taking charge of the Halo. The only thing that matters is how you feel about taking up the position. If this isn't the life you want, it's not too late to change your mind, you know. Thanks, Auntie, but I think I'll be just fine. It's always been my dream to give back to the community that raised me. The way I see it, I've just been given a more direct opportunity to do so. I only needed a little time to come to terms with it, that's all. When I was walking to Yasulani Station with Shizune, I remembered that I used to make the same trip with someone else. Yuppie, probably. I think she used to tell me stories of her homeland. She built this farm so that our people could survive in the outskirts. But I don't think that was ever her dream. Deep down, I think she wanted more than anything was to rebuild Teshpiani and the station. That's a dream I'd like to see realized, and it can't be done if I'm content to stay here in the outskirts. I don't know for sure what my next steps will be, but I have a lot of ideas. Oh dear. Should the coin keeper be concerned, I wonder? Now then, Shizune, if it weren't for you, we may have never gotten to the bottom of this mystery. At the risk of repeating myself, thank you for helping, and for caring. You've helped us more than you'll ever know. And I actually really enjoyed our little trip to the station. Next time I have business out there, you'd better clear your schedule. Yeah, I'll try. I mean, I'm kind of gonna be busy, but like, I'll see if I can make some room for you between, bouts of me saving the world. How many world-ending events can I possibly encounter? Surely, the 2 apocalypses I've already prevented is the maximum, right? There couldn't possibly be more. Around this way? Yeah. Here we go. This fiend looks to be of an age with Alize and Wook Lamont. But now I wonder if those... Wait, Alize and Wook Lamont, hang on. But now I wonder if those regulators have anything to do with that. Hang on, is that a confirmed time change reference? Did they just kind of accidentally confirm that Alize is 19? Maybe. Potentially. Well, no, but the thing is, that would have just been her soul, not her body. And even then, that wouldn't math out with the ages in the lore book, because in A Realm Reborn, Alphino and Alize were 16. And at least with, like, Shadow... Or, like, I think time is a little weird in terms of how much time passed on the Source and Shadowbringers. Normally, I say, like, a year per expansion. And, like, there's in-game reasons for that. In Heavensward, there was an NPC who first gets encountered. I don't even know if she's still in the game or if this was, like, tied to either Idleshir's evolution as patches came out. But there was an NPC who was first encountered in Ishgard, ran away with her lover, next gets encountered in Idleshir, and then by 3.5 she had a baby. So Heavensward had to have been at least 9 months to a year, especially considering the fact that you know, she had the baby sometime between us meeting her in Ishgard and 3.5, or not Ishgard, Idleshir and 3.5. Stormblood, we know it takes 2 to 3 months. It's 2 months on the fastest ship under the most ideal weather conditions. So I usually round that up to 3 months. Because we know we ran into a storm in like the whole Siren Song Sea thing on our way there. Our allies who helped us out, who were from Doma and the Azim Steppe during the fight in Alamigo, would have needed to take a boat because they'd never been to Alamigo before. And not all of them had birds, and even those who had birds wouldn't have been flying the whole way. And then Y'shtola took a boat, or would have had to have taken a boat to Doma when she went there in the patch quests. So that's another 6 to 9 months to a year. Shadowbringers is where things get weird because of the like, we don't know how long it takes to walk around the source, or not the source, the first. We do know time is synced up between the two reflections, but we don't really get any good benchmarks. So yeah. But Shadowbringers, I've always sort of guessed maybe like 6 months when you take into account the patch quest stuff. And then with Charlian, we know it takes 2 weeks to go from Limsa to Old Charlian. I don't know how long it takes to fly from Alamigo to Garlemald. Or thereabouts. But that would have been one flight. So maybe it was another 6 months. So maybe Shadowbringers and Endwalker took place in a year. Maybe. But yeah, I think the twins are probably like 19 or 20 at this point. Also, I'm estimating with this, but considering the fact that... Hang on, let me make my world map bigger. Okay. So, we already established from here to here is like 6 months. Or not 6 months, it's 2 months. At least 2 to 3 months. We know we ran into a storm on the way, but that means that going from here to here, which is about what it would have been for... Because Tuliolol would be, what, like, here. Okay, so here to here is the trip to Tuliolol. I don't know off the top of my head where the occult... Oh, wait. Does it say on here? Is the occult crescent marked on the map? Maybe it's these whirlpools. But either way, we probably would have had to take a slightly longer route because of the occult crescent, but this is probably like a month. If here to here is 2 months, and here to here is a week, is 2 weeks, here to here was probably like a month, maybe 2. So it's presumably been like 2 to 4 months that we've been in Tuliolol when you counter it, or factor in the time it would have taken Graha and Y'shtola to come here. We were probably in Shalani for, or Shaloni for, well, there would have been some time between when Trial set in on that meeting with the Dawn Servant. Wait, did the Dawn Servant, did Kulul Jojo explain to Wuklamat everything before or after the Ascension Ceremony? Anyway, give or take, it's probably been a month. And now we're here. But yeah, so I guess I guess unless he's saying 16 to 19, I think it's safe to say the twins have aged. Okay, when Emmett smelled, oh. Have we already talked to everybody? Oh, we have. Okay, I just somehow missed Aaronville's comment. Regulators gives Rolja a frightful advantage, and that's just one of the devices he's gotten his hands on. If we're to have a chance at defeating him, we have to learn all we can about the technology he has at his disposal. Kafkiwa regards you with concerned curiosity. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of soils in, the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all. But for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. Hang on, let me shrink that back down. There we go. One of these years, they're gonna show us the trailer for an expansion, and it's gonna show a post-growth spurt Alphino and Alize, and people are gonna lose their shit. Or they're gonna do what they did with Lise with the Stormblood one, where they're gonna be right there on the screen, and we're not gonna know who it is. And then, like, oh, first trailer, we're gonna see these mysterious silver-haired Elizin, at least one of them. And then suddenly, the second trailer comes out, or not suddenly, but second trailer comes out during the last fan fest, and one of them, the mysterious elf character, gets called by their name, and it's Alize or Alphino or both. No, they probably wouldn't do both. That'd make it too obvious. But, and maybe then they'll finally have different hairstyles from each other, as well as just compared to what they've had for the last too long. What does Lamati wish to discuss, I wonder? 'Tis well that we could see firsthand how regulators are used to draw upon even the souls of fiends. I shudder to imagine how powerful Zoraljah could become. To think that everyone has lived here for 30 years, long enough to become accustomed to the way of life. I understand the argument that we should keep an open mind, but if this practice is integral to their culture, that every fiber of my being rails against it. After your experiences in Bahamut, I can't blame you, Alize. I wonder how much she's thinking about what happened to Louis Swa and him becoming Phoenix. Anyway, we've got an ad break coming up, so I am gonna step away for a few minutes, and I'll see you guys on the other side of that when we will continue with MSQ. Alright, we're back. Now, what's up, Diplomat? I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolo and Alexandria. And while Zeralja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower, Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kakhiwa and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust. But the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zeralja. Sphene, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple, really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. And knowing Zeralja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on. There's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind that machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliolo. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Kakhiwa, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and then, when the time comes, strike down Zeralja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? If it's a trap, then we'll deal with it when it's sprung. That's always the way of it with you. Fine. If you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Yeah! Boop, boop, boop. Haha, uh-oh. This was the quest I was gonna wrap up the stream on. Did I miscalculate? We'll see. While I'm all for dealing with Zeralja, we need to consider how our actions may affect ordinary Alexandrians. They're not the enemy, after all. I agree with Wuklamat. It's a gamble regardless of whether or not we choose to work with the people here. And more knowledge is better than less. The vow of resolve is possessed of conviction and flexibility both. If the tales are true, she learned much in the course of the rite of succession. You would know if you'd come with us, Graha! With the resources at their disposal, I'm hopeful that Kakhiwa and her people will make great allies. I am unaccustomed to seeing her make decisions like a ruler. Better that than her former vacillating self, though. Hey, look at that! The story even acknowledges the fact that she gets character development. Oh, hello again. The wildlife can be very dangerous out there. You need to take care if you don't wear a regulator. It's not any more dangerous than anywhere else I've been. Did I talk to Alize already? Oh, yeah. You understand how regulators work now, I trust. It's one of those things that's best seen in action. Kafkiwa, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zeralja. But I thought he was your brother. So did she. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zeralja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal. So fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take a decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? We've got your fussy little bun-bun with us? My only son is with you. My fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. I like how he just stands there and takes it. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kafkiwa. Everyone. Together, we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zeralja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion. The king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zeralja will eventually march on Tuliolol again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliolol. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of succession. He's challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of your presence here. At that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Then we'll force him to do so. How? Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliolo again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Does your brother know you're using him as bait? Any campaign against Tuliolo requires that Zeralja leads his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts to keep an eye on day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Y'shtola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of the developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zeralja to move, you do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'll be surprised to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding in a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. Ah, about that. Sveen said she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when you're working together. What? Oh, I'm still on Viper. Whoops, hang on. Is it just me, or are Erenville and Kafkiwa complete opposites in personality? It happens sometimes. Between making new friends and entering the tower, I can't help but feel a little excited. The intelligence that Kafkiwa and her people possess will be very useful to our efforts. If this isn't their main headquarters, I can't imagine what the actual place is like. It's eerie hearing my mother's voice come from that peculiar machine. If Kafkiwa trusts you, then so do we. Nice to meet you. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakwe. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayakwe is a Tonawatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tuliolan, and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you to decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago, he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier after a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released. But when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now. Everyone who had known him. That bastard! Even here, he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for our father, we joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself, too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawatan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes. Our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone's so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts, all. Alaneshbia, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kapkiwa. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. Oh, is he being bashful? That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll all let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Meanwhile, in Everkeep,
You've been consulting with Wuk Lamat. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wuk Lamat bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Uklamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Uklamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yolal.
What now?
Damn, that's too good of a cliffhanger for me to not end there. You know, stream's supposed to end in 10 minutes anyway, technically. And I've been running late a lot the last couple of weeks. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up there. And we will head off to Solution 9 on Tuesday. So yeah, thanks everybody so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button, subscribe on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch. There is a poll currently going on in the Discord, which you should also join, to decide what I'm gonna have to do if we're at 100 subs by the end of March. So yeah, if you want to stay in that, be sure to join the Discord. If you just want to hang out with the community, be sure to join the Discord. And yeah, in the meantime, I'll be back on Tuesday and Wednesday starting at 7:30 Central with more Final Fantasy XIV. Same deal on Sunday with at 7:40 Central, 4:30 Central. I can talk. I know my words. See, this is the other reason why I need to wrap up and like take care of my brain. But yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, 7:30 Central. Sunday, 4:30 Central. All Final Fantasy XIV all the time until I get caught up with the game. And do any other content that I want to stream. But yeah, in the meantime, let's find somebody for us to read. The optimal path, or optional path, is on Shadowbringers. Let's go raid them. I think they use they, them pronouns. Anyway, we're gonna go raid them. So yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the optional oath. I've been misreading their username this entire time. I am a dumbass. Anyway. We're gonna go raid out. Until I see you guys again, I hope you have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. And until I see you all again, have a good night.